Good evening and welcome. So it's Monday, it's a new week, it's more Factorio. But I guess this is going to be the last week of sort of weekday Factorio, is at least for now. Hello Jaguar, and thank you for the 45 months. Hello Isolda. Hello everyone. For the week, not Factorio. Yes. I realize that. But next week we are going to start playing some Darkest Dungeon. That's my intention, at least, unless something magical comes out of the woodworks. But that also means tomorrow will probably be the last of the Mega Base. I'll be picking it up again once in a while if I'm not done with it yet. I'm sort of hacking away at it a little bit today, just to sort of get it ready. So we sort of just have tomorrow a 4-hour stream, maybe 5-hour stream. But let's say 4-hour stream of just doing nothing but sitting and watching the graph go. Which is going to be super exciting, isn't it? And also babysitting the ships a little bit, but not much else. So that means bring your coffee cup and your conversation topics, your AMA questions, all of that stuff, because it's not going to be the most intense design workshop tomorrow. I don't intend to. That's going to be more of a sort of chill and just seeing the whole thing work and then making some tweaks if it doesn't work. Stream on Tuesday. No, not Tuesday. Sorry. Wednesday. Sorry. Thank you. I'm just saying, so in this context, it's tomorrow because it's the next day of stream. The next stream day. Now, tomorrow I have a lovely date with a fine young woman. It's going to be weird, but that's going to be nice. So, no, not tomorrow, but Wednesday. Sorry. Thank you for the correction. So Wednesday will be the last of the Factorio streams, masterclasses. No, masterclasses today or Megabase. Well, Megabase will be the last on Wednesday. There we go. Make the factory grow. Well, today we're not going to make it grow. We're just going to make it nice and functional. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, we know Tuesdays are reserved for other stuff. Yes, Tuesdays, Fridays are reserved. The thing is, yeah, so it'll be Monday, Wednesday, sometimes Thursday, and Sunday. That'll be my stream days. And every other Thursday is now training, and then some of the other Thursdays might be workshop days. But yeah, so do keep an eye on the schedule. And of course, when things pick up, when Dyson Sphere comes out, and I'm going to be streaming a lot more, because of course that makes more sense. Masterclasses are not going on hold. Masterclasses are going to be as usual on Thursdays, and there'll also sort of be sporadic Megabase videos on YouTube. They'll be on Sundays, will be reserved for the time being for workshops, as in sort of preparations for masterclasses. I think my masterclasses become a lot better when we have done the designs together on stream. Oh, I think that was my son coming back, so 2 seconds. There we go. Wait, is there a big update to GSP soon? Well, I mean, soon, I don't know, but it's been a year since the last update, and they're working in progress, and they've had like a 2-hour crunch time, 2-month crunch time for new code base, whatever, something this spring, and then now there's a event and something, and I don't know. I would imagine that it's almost a year since well, what was it? It was the 15th of December last year that the Dark Fog came out. And since then, there was sort of like, yes, this is the first half of it. And then the second half of it is, well, supposedly what comes next. That's how halves work. Waiting for you to get to Aquilo. Yes, the Aquilo is, well, not really next, but after next. So Dyson Sphere program, we do expect that there will be something, and it's great because I haven't played it since, I don't know, January, February, whatever. No, was it even? It wasn't actually. Only? It isn't actually. It wasn't actually last year, because it wasn't. It must be more than that, because it was not after Factorio, was it? We haven't played. No, I played Factorio all the way through Christmas. Is it like 2 years ago? It can't be. Time sure flies when you're... Gamescom is officially over, was the update from today. Let's scroll back and find... I'm scrolling still. Major update. Rise of the Dark Fog is... Oh, December 15th, 2023. It's 2 years ago. It's almost 2 years ago. I mean, almost, as in December is 2 years ago. So it's been 1.5 years at the very least. So yes, I would imagine that there's going to be an update. And that, when that update hits, then that's going to be taking over our community and channel for a couple of good months, I would imagine. And then we'll see. Yeah. So it has been quite a while. And you know, there's also like Valheim is also like really long time ago. Timberborn is also, it hasn't been that long for Timberborn, but you know, there's other stuff that, I mean, the thing I'm most curious about is actually Satisfactory. Like, what the hell are they doing? Because think about it like this. They have 40 people employed to make Satisfactory. They're clearly not making Satisfactory right now. Or if they are, they're not making something we know about. Like, they've been hacking away at this. So what have they been doing? Like, those... I know it's summer vacation in Sweden, but I mean, even in Sweden, the summer vacation must be over by now. Yeah. Hello, Torman. Good evening. Hello, Sir Conrad. So... what are they doing at Coffee Stain Studios? So they came out with an update. I didn't see it. So the last update was 17th of July, which was a small update patch note. Yeah. Is the most common week to get back to work. Yeah. I have Fika. Oh, no, don't say that. So, context. I went to Ystad Saltsjöbaden. That's a resort at the south coast of Sweden that's full of Danes with my girlfriend. I've been there several times. It's a really nice resort. And we went there for Christmas last year. And we were playful and horny as one is. And then there was this nice receptionist who was asking us if we wanted fika, and you were like, oh, is that some naughty stuff? And we just made stories about. We was like, fika. We'll want fika. So when you say fika, that means something naughty in because she couldn't explain what it was, and she didn't have the English words, and it didn't speak Danish. It's like, what is fika? It must be something naughty. So, yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't, but it was. Don't say that. It's a gaming stream. Please behave yourself. Doesn't say a console release. Oh, for Satisfactory. Oh, well, that's a waste of a year's development time. If Satisfactory is going to just spend all their time on converting it to console, ugh. Which most likely means that they'll just have awful controls. Oh man, that's so disappointing if that's true. Unfortunately, it just makes perfect sense, because that's something that it's super boring, but it makes perfect sense. Perfect sense from a commercial perspective. Isn't fika an abbreviation for filterkaffe? I don't know what it is. I have no idea, but it sounds naughty. From summer vacation 2 weeks ago. All right. I'm a Swede. Yeah, I figured you were a Swede, but we were like, ooh, she is hot. Maybe you should bring her to the hotel room. Yes, for some fika. Whatever that is. So, yeah, it wasn't that exciting. It's just coffee. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's a afternoon coffee or something, right? It definitely is. In fact, it almost spelled the same way. Okay, good. Well, then we might just have. But it just sounded so naughty. It sounded naughty, so we were diving into that part. It's still like if I she asked me if I wanted to go to for a sort of winter retreat at Ystad again, and I was like, oh, then we're gonna have fika, and she just cracked up. So yeah, it is. It's like an internal joke, which is nice to have in relationships, to have internal jokes and common shared memories. I do love Ystad Saltsjöbaden. It's such a nice place. I know that maybe Swedes don't like it because it's too expensive. It's full of Danes, but I really enjoyed it. I think it's cheap, and it's really high quality, luxurious. People are so friendly, and the good food, and the plenty of space, and just really, it's such a nice place to be. And also, there are no kids, which is really nice for a place like that. So, yeah, yeah, I've also been to Maryhill Estate, which is not as nice. Danes are okay as long as you keep talking English. I know. I feel the same way. So yeah. So that's that was a little bit of a sidetrack from the Swedish friend there. Yeah. But anyway, that's a nice place, and it's something that I would say that it's. I gave a friend for her 50th birthday, and she's single mom and doesn't have a lot of time and luxury in her life, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna give her a spa retreat at that place. It was nice. So, and he was like, I don't even know what it is, but you usually give good presents. What is it? I was like, oh, it's a spa, it's a spa retreat. You deserve it. So, Catalan. I mean, yeah. Well, Catalan is also sometimes closer to Italian than to Spanish. But yeah, what do I know? I don't know either Spanish or Italian or Catalan, so yeah. Alright, so again, that means like Satisfactory is probably... I could do as power treat myself. Yes, I think most people could do with that, and it's just so nice. It's and here's the close to French. It's or whatever. They see that's the extent of my linguistic knowledge. I can't even speak to Swedes. Yeah. Yeah, but I also have like when you book something and it costs money, as things do, then there's always this part like, okay, so you pay some money for it and then you go there, and maybe before you feel like this is expensive, this is cheap, and then you go there, and then it's very often sort of, is it higher or lower than your standards? So I went to Berlin with, well, the same girlfriend this summer, and I wanted to do a little bit of luxury. So we were like, okay, I'm looking for a hotel. So I was like, okay, here's a nice hotel. It's 5 stars, central to the city. Yes, this is gonna be good. And I've been staying at 5 stars hotels before. I've been staying at very nice hotels in Dubai, and for example, and and then we come to this 5 star hotel, and for me, like that 5th star was like a very, very small star. It was maybe like glued on or something, because it was a nice, decent business 4-star hotel, but it didn't have that 5-star luxury to it. And well, my girlfriend, she was like super enthusiastic because she usually doesn't go to those places, and so her bar was like, oh my god, look at the breakfast menu, and I was like, well, they don't have a pancake station at this. What kind of restaurant is this? You know, sort of in a contextual, right? And sort of waiting for waiters, and you know, the certain level that you expect at a 5-star hotel. So sometimes it's better to not book that and just like book a 4-star hotel and then go like, oh, this is a nice place. So yeah. Are you being naughty in my chat, Isolde? It sounds like it. We never. Saint. They all say that, don't they? It's my girlfriend pretend that they are fresh out of the monastery, and that's not entirely true. So yeah, Ian, the nun part. So yeah, my girlfriends are having a play date, a rope play date, and then my one told me that she had bought a naughty nun costume just to surprise the other with, and I think that's lovely. So I can't say. So don't say it to any of them. But I like that. That's really nice. Yeah, that's good times. Oh, right. Well, yeah. Well, now I'm looking at Satisfactory, but that's not where it's at. Yeah. So basically, what we have is next on Thursday we will have the release of Darkest Dungeon, the core something of the court, and I'm gonna take a look at that, and we're gonna be playing it next week. Then we're going to be playing it, I don't know, a couple of weeks maybe, depending on how successful, fun it is. And then after that, we will probably we have the House of Tesla thing, and then we'll probably maybe fill up maybe with a little bit of Mega Base here and there if we still have something going on, and then we'll see what comes out. There will be some other games that are coming out in the meantime. Made it to Aquila finally, but I'm well busy starting all the other stuff ready before I even start science. How much should I expect to make out of one brick? One brick? I don't know what one brick is. A brick is not a universal term here. Oh, like a city block. Ah, I don't know. On my Mega Base I make a lot, but I also make legendaries. I don't know. Enough. You don't really need a lot of Aquilo science, to be honest, just to get going. You just need to unlock a few things, like legendaries and the special buildings and railguns, and you know, it really doesn't need a lot. So I wouldn't be too concerned, and it's super easy to make. Like, I think Aquilo is, it's difficult to sort of wrap your head around, but once you wrap your head around, you go like, okay, I get it. Oh, there's nothing more to do here. Oh, okay, well, I guess I just leave then. And then you don't really come back until you need to start mega basing. So I think that's a little bit of a shame, but that's just how it is. That my mother has banned from our house, in our house. Does your mother determine what words you can use in your house, or maybe you live at home at your parents' place? Because then maybe that makes sense. Otherwise, it doesn't really make sense. How do I even build a base? Yeah, it is a little bit complicated. Oh, you live with your parents. Well, I mean, then they kind of, depending on who pays the rent. The one who pays the rent is the one who dictates the rules. I had these things when I had some things when I was a kid that it wasn't a strict upbringing, but my dad had certain rules and they were very firm, and you know, and then like there was something, if you get like tricolored ice cream, you're not allowed to sort of mix it raw job, because kids want to do that, obviously, and maybe if you have to sprinkle, you also want to mix it up. I was not allowed to do that, so that's obviously allowed here at my place. And I had my kids and my parents over sometime, and my kids were doing that, and then my dad was like, "Don't do that with the ice cream," and I was like, "No, this is my house. Now I'm gonna do it." And my dad was cringing because he couldn't really tell me that I wasn't allowed to do it because it was my house, and I was allowed. I was sitting there just sloshing ice all over the place, and my kids were as well. And I was like, "Sorry, my house, my house, my rules." I also have a rule, a pancake rule. That's a very important pancake rule, which also comes from my upbringing. So my upbringing, it was, if you don't eat nicely, you won't get another one for pancakes, which in my brain determined into the last one you can make a mess of, because if the penalty is you can't get another pancake, then the last one you can make a mess of, which wasn't exactly the interpretation that was intended, but that's how it worked in my brain. So right now with my kids, when we eat pancakes, I usually make pancakes in the in the weekend for them. Then we have this rule that the last pancake you have, you can eat it as gross, disgusting, as silly as you want. You can sort of eat it on your face and just eat it from the middle, or anything you want, because that's the rule. The last one you can eat as as messy as you want. That's the thing, like, from generation to generation. You're not allowed to eat. If you don't eat properly, you can't get another. I love that train of thought. Exactly, that's how my brain works. Like, oh, here's the rules. Huh, you did not define this term. Let me exploit that. Yeah. I'm going to start to get tricolor ice cream. Oh yes, tricolor ice cream. It just becomes a brown mess, but hey. Yeah. You must have been your teacher's best friend. Well, I mean, I've had that back in my corporate days. I was my my boss wanted to add KPIs to my measurement of the success, and I was like, if you do that, you're not going to be happy. I was like, no, no, this is the right way to manage, because then you have something to, like, try me, just try me. Okay, well, we don't want any major incidents. It's like, okay, I just don't classify things as major incidents. My product, I define when something is a major incident. I just don't define things as major incident. Done. I'll have 0 of those. But that's not the intention. No, but if that's what you're measuring me on, then that's okay. But we don't want. It's always when there's changes, so we don't want changes to go wrong to our system. Fine, you don't get any changes to the systems then. If you're only measuring me on errors as a result of change, but not on the number of changes, then you're not going to get any changes, because you get what you measure. And I kept doing that. No matter what he did, it was like, you're not gonna go. No matter what you suggest, I can find a way to abuse it. If you want to measure me, I will get you exactly what you measure, but don't come complaining afterwards. Because yeah, it's and it's being, oh, I was the naughty one. That was definitely malicious compliance. But this shitty thing is, like, if you're tying my salary and my bonus to some measurement, I can guarantee you're gonna get exactly the measurement. You're not gonna get a damn thing else, not a goddamn thing. And so don't do that. Keep it vague, because it's a senior management position. You can't measure me on something per, like, releases per quarter. Like, if you want more releases, I'll make more releases. They don't contain anything, but they are going to be there. If you want fewer errors at releases, you get 0 releases. Like, it's whatever, right? It's so don't do that. It's not a job that you can measure easily. And yeah, so that's what happened in my work. We've evolved to keep the metrics. Turns out, in order to achieve that, less productive. Exactly. This is also how the company is run. The company I used to work with, where every single department is a profit center, which means that everyone's sort of a little department of that's on the business side. We're on the cost side, so we were only measured on our cost. But on the business side, if they're measured on profit as a profit center, that means that you're just responsible to make profit. Every little group of 10 people was like a profit center in itself, which means that if you are turning profit, then you don't help your colleagues. You sell services to your colleagues. And there's internal competition, there's internal underbidding, there's internal, so all these things between departments, because I don't give a shit about you. I don't care if the money I make for my profit center is real money or it's internal charges sent between companies. But the company is not getting richer by moving things from one pocket to the other pocket. It just cultivates a competitive atmosphere where everyone is just looking out for their own. And this is what happens if you sort of, because that was the only thing that was measured on. So that's the only thing that really anyone really cared for. Graham, what are you? I'm the wrong person to ask. Yeah, but who asked you what? Did someone ask you something? Imagine if one department may be in conflict with those of another. Yeah, exactly. I mean, oh, how good are belts? I don't think they're particularly good. Underground belts are okay. Underground belts are useful, but because you have to, every single belt segment has to be, has to be heated, and undergrounds are less places to heat. So definitely use undergrounds everywhere. Don't use any belts for anything except turns. Yeah. So. Yeah. So yeah, malicious compliance. That's always good. Sales being a burden for service and development teams happens a lot. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is stuff. If you're, as a sales department, getting getting your bonus based on what you sell, you don't really care if it's feasible or not. You just want to sell. And then you can overpromise because you're not the one who underdelivers. That's the engineering department. But the sales, you collected your sales bonus and everyone was applauding at the new sales. And then you just throw it over the fence and then engineering has to deliver the shit that you overpromised. And that's what happens when you have disconnected departments. And then I have declined the possibility to get incentivized because I think exactly like you, I give my best, and if I'm you either give me unwanted pressure or the opportunity to do less than I can. Yeah. It's also like, if you can't have a measure like, oh, how about other departments? What the hell does that mean? Like, you can do something. You could do something if you really want to sort of cultivate an atmosphere of sort of collaborative. Then you would sort of have your peers in other parts of the organization sort of evaluate each other. And then that would be a basis for your bonus. Like, oh, your peers in other departments, they like you. That means like, okay, you're incentivized to cultivate good relations to other people or sort of trade good reviews with them. But again, if it then comes out that it's like, oh, among this peer, there's a certain pool of money to be split around for a bonus. And if I rate someone else highly, then they're more likely to go ahead of me. That means it's my incentive to rate everyone poorly, because then they're at least going to get a bad score for me, and maybe they give me a good score, and then, I give them a 1 and they give me an 8, and then, by when they compare the scores for all the teams, then, that's how it works, right? What is this stream about? Whatever the hell we want it to be about. That's how it works. Yeah, local optimization is just so... It's such a killer when people are just looking at... Okay, I have answered your how good are belts on Aquila. I'm not going to answer that again. Maybe... Yeah, but luckily that's in my department. I also have sometimes in my company, we also have the issue that most of the departments are honestly pretty lazy, and that's a big issue. And it's almost impossible to motivate the recording department to get their shit done, and the editing department is the worst. They are just so goddamn lazy, and they do it in the last second, and they do the absolute minimum amount of work to get by. That's how it works. The streaming department, it's also they kind of got fallen off a little bit, but there's just all the departments here in my company. They are not really. Yeah, they're all fucking lazy. That's and maybe the worst one is the accounting, because they only work two days a year, and they still complain the rest of the year about it. I need to talk to HR. Yeah, we don't have an HR. It's kind of that doesn't work. Yeah, so heard the secretary is sexist. Yeah. Oh yeah, and the social media, the community management is also like, I don't know if that person is even doing anything anymore. Go on union strike. Yeah. My daily tasks are now shifting to making reports and promoting synergy. Yep, exactly. Just making friends. I'm just here to make friends. Yeah, I found out that it's much better to just be friends with everyone, because then you don't get fired. Yeah. That's also, like, that was the thing when I got fired from my job, that sort of when sort of on the way out, I asked my boss, like, could anyone else have done with the department what I have done? And he thought about it, he said, no. And I said, and it didn't matter. No, it didn't matter. And I was like, good, thank you. Because then, in his opinion, it was more important that we all just get along and we have this job and we get our fat paycheck. But it doesn't really matter if shit gets done. It just matters that it's pleasant to go to work. And we all just get along with each other. He was so afraid of conflict. So he was always just bending over, and anytime he went to a meeting, he came back to me and go like, "Well, I promised that we would deliver." I'm like, "Fuck you," right? While I get to a meeting and go like, "No, no. If you wanted us to do that, what are we not doing? Not making friends that way, but getting shit done." But that was the thing, right? It was not about getting things done. It was about just getting along and just being there and being employed another month and just being liked all the way around, which I think is, I fully wholeheartedly agree with him that it's the right thing to do, which is crazy, right? I don't like it, but it is the right thing to do, because over the 10 years I was that company, I've been burning the midnight oil to get deliveries done, or I've been sort of bending all backwards to meet deadlines, and every single time, they didn't fucking matter. They never mattered at all. There was never anything that was really crucial, but we always sort of build up, or there was always this build up hype internally about how important it is. And for the life of me, I can't remember a single thing that actually mattered. And we've been working for 2 years on working towards a milestone, and 3 months before, it got cancelled because the CFO sat next to someone from SAP on a plane, and they talked, and now he came back and thought SAP was the answer. So we just had to throw away 2 years of work for 100 people. Like, all the deadlines, all the things, all the hard discussions, all the shit that we've been going through was like, I met someone from SAP. They say they can solve it. Like, yeah, as if they can. And then 2 years later, SAP was kicked out and IBM came in instead. Like, and then it sort of repeated. And now I can see that it didn't fucking matter. It didn't matter one bit. You should just go there, get your paycheck, go to some meetings, get friendly with people, get a little bit done, and just kind of just cruise through it. Because it doesn't fucking matter. If it's a small company and you can feel that your effort can actually move the company, and then definitely put in the extra effort. But in a giant company, this is, at the time, it was 44,000 employees, headquartered in Denmark, and it was I was in corporate IT, and that was about 1,000 people. And yeah, we're just chasing our own tails most of the time. Oh, here's an emergency. Oh, okay, fix the emergency. Okay, drop everything, fix the emergency. Now we're behind on the schedule thing. Well, that has to be like cut corners and just throw it into production. Whoops, now it breaks down. Okay, emergency. Next deadline gets pushed. That's the kind of thing, right? But when I worked in a small company, I was like, oh yeah, this is my project, and I can make a big difference for this company or this customer or with these colleagues. So yeah. I'm working at an 80K corporate company. It does not fucking matter. Just smile and take the money. Yeah, that's exactly. This company is also like grown to 100,000 people or something. 50 people, and what did matter? Now 100,000 people, and nothing matters really. Yeah. Every morning is an emergency. Exactly. And I think that it was only like way afterwards that I realized how irrelevant it was. What you also realize is when you take time off, it's always like a critical thing, and everyone's waiting for you, or everything is sort of grinds to a halt. But if you sort of get long-term sick, or if some critical employee quits, they just found another job, then it's like, oh no, he's the only one who could do this. And you know what? 2 months later, the company is still running. It wasn't a disaster. Turns out, water finds its way, and all of these disasters, right? Yeah. So I think that from he was actually correct about it. He just maybe wasn't as articulate about it. He had this ambition that he wanted this company to have the best IT department in Denmark. It was like, how are you going to make that happen? Because it's not the salaries, it's not the perks, it's not the technology, it's not the atmosphere. So exactly how are you going to make it interesting? So Yeah, so I think that also one of the reasons why it was time for me to get out, because I'd seen the shit. I'd gotten old and not bitter, but jaded. Jaded, that's the word. I old and jaded, so that it was like, oh right, okay, yeah, sure, we get another vendor in, whatever. Do I bother learning their names? They're gonna be here for 2 years, whatever. That's not a great attitude to have when you're a manager and you're supposed to motivate your team to be putting in extra hours. And wise in the ways of corporate culture. All projects come from headquarters. They don't make any sense, but still have to be implemented in these giant corporations. There's no room for self-fulfillment. Yeah. So I think that you have to sort of find some other motivation, be that perks, salary, good relations with colleagues, that kind of thing. I don't know. So, but that was for me a thing, and it's. I don't document to make me irreplaceable. I document to keep myself sane. Yeah. I think any software development manager would benefit from playing some Factorio. Why? I watch your videos. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah. So that's my take on that, and I think that it's something that maybe only realized it years after I left, was how irrelevant it was and how much I should have just gone on cruise control. I have a friend, she had sort of some stress, like burnout, and then she was sick for several months, and then she came back and then got reduced time and of course also reduced salary. And now she's like, she shows up, she does a little bit of things, and then she goes home and she only works like 2 days in the office and then 2 days at home, and she's not really doing much at home except sort of waving the mouse to be online on Skype. That's it. And then and it's fine because she has a lot of time for other things and she's not stressed out, and she gets pretty much the work done that she needs to do. And her manager is still like, "Are you sure you can manage?" And she's like, "I feel bad. They think I work all the time and I don't." I'm like, just enjoy it. Like you've hacked the system. You're working 2 days a week and you get paid for 4 days a week, and they're happy, and you're happy. So don't rock the boat. And then she sort of had these bouts where like, oh, but maybe I should do more. Maybe I should ask for more responsibility. Maybe I should seek this promotion. Or like, you don't want that. You really don't want that. Enjoy how it is right now. Hey, Thornfist. I came to the conclusion a long time ago to find satisfaction and accomplishment outside of my job and just put in my time I'm at work. I'm in oil and gas, and it honestly is the same no matter where you work, for overhead, upstream or downstream. Yeah. Yes. I think but it's kind of society's fault. Everything is society's fault, right? But the common place is like, oh, hello, how do you do? Okay, hello, what do you do for a living? Is always like the thing that comes up, and they're like, I am not defined by what I do, and I'm still not defined by what I do, but it still just becomes like how to start conversation with people you don't know is like, oh, so what do you do? Like, what do I do is not at work. I work, but what I do is all the other stuff. So, Korka showed me the ways of doing what our job description said, and nothing more and nothing less. And now I'm so much less stressed. Oh, that's nice. Yes, I can't even get a vacation for more than 2-3 weeks without using 2 years worth of time off. Yeah, it sucks, but that's how the US labor market. Finding a better job, around 40% of the people working in these conditions, lean, extra work, suffer from depression. Yeah, I don't know if that's, I think that's a made up statistic, because it's definitely not clinical depression. It's just being sad maybe, or stressed or something. But yeah, it sucks. And I think that burning yourself out, because that's what I also realized, like I was burning myself out on this, and for what? Like, I was not passionate about my job. I was sort of seeking validation from someone I didn't really like, my bosses, my boss's bosses, my sort of peers, and that kind of thing. Like, I wanted their validation. I wanted them to pat me on the back and say I was doing a good job, but honestly, I didn't like them. So why was their validation so important? And then just chasing a little bit of a bonus every year, just to sort of keep the grind going. And it was, once you start looking at your job like this, you go like, really? Is this what I'm gonna do until I'm 75 and retire? And then at that point I can go like, I have money, I don't have health, but I have time now to what? Live life? Fucking hell. So yeah. You will get paid the same whether you stress out or do the bare minimum. Yes. There's also the almost, at least almost. I mean, not exactly, because there's like annual bonuses and promotions and stuff like that, generally. But yes, I would rather say it like this, because this is how I looked at it from a manager perspective. There's a baseline. I employ you as a job. You are a software developer. Let's just say, whatever, software developer. This is the level that I'm paying you for. This is the job description. If you are delivering 50% of that, you get fired. If you're delivering 80% of that, I'm going to be having some motivational conversations about picking up the pace, and you're definitely not in line for a promotion, but you still have the job. If you're delivering 200% of that, you're in line for a promotion and maybe a 5% bump in salary next year. But you're also delivering 200%. You're more than valuable. So for me as a manager, it was way more valuable to take a really skilled one and pay them maybe 20% more salary, because they were 2, 3, 4, 5 times as productive as the average or the bad ones. And it's really difficult to get rid of bad employees in Denmark. So you kind of got stuck with the ones, and you kind of just, well, we have these shitty tasks, and I guess you get the shitty tasks, and right, because whatever, a non-critical task or whatever, something that but then the stars, they get the big task. But if you are someone who can deliver 200% of what the job includes, then you could also work 50% and deliver 100%. I mean, roughly, right? I have a friend who's a developer, like full stack senior developer, and he says like, I do 2 hours of work every day. He, from 10 to 12, that's where he writes his code. The rest of the day, maybe write a little bit of testing, maybe go around talking to people, write a little bit of documentation, but the code that they pay him the big money for is 2 hours a day. He couldn't do more than that anyway. And yeah. So I think that's, from that perspective, like, yeah, you can get away with a lot less. And if you're really skilled, then instead of overperforming, you could also just be performing to the level, but put in a marginal effort. When there is no hope for a future better position or less than 5% increase, why would you try to work harder and stress? Because you equate your value as a human being with your job. Because you spend the majority of your waking hours doing the job, then that becomes your personality. And the company sure as hell makes sure that happens. And so you think your value as a human is defined by your job, your career, your title, your how much you save. And when you talk, this is what we talked about yesterday. Wow, we're not getting anywhere. It's because it's Gleba that's waiting. When you talk to other men, generally, it really becomes very often about bragging about material things, as in things that are related to your job and what you own, and therefore also how much money you make from your job. It's very American indoctrination. It is very much. So mine's about 4 hours a day, 3 days a week. Yeah, nice. And the thing is, you could not go to your boss and go like, you know what? Are you happy with what I'm delivering? Yes, you're doing great. Good. I only work 12 hours actively a week. So the rest of the day, of the time, I'm just mucking about. So how about we just sign a contract for 12 hours and you pay me the same, and we cut the chatter. Then he'll be like, oh, no. I'm going to fill up the rest of your time with bullshit tasks. Not only men. It's worse among men. That will not be able to hold conversation more than 10-15 minutes if they didn't have their job out. Didn't have job outside of their job. What? If they didn't have their... Oh, right. Okay, yes. Yeah. So if they couldn't talk about their job, and it just becomes like a default thing, an ad hoc thing. This is why I also hate talking about this thing, my job, because it kind of just falls into the same conversation. It's just autopilot for the next 15 minutes. Like, oh, really? I didn't know anyone who did that. Oh, how does it work? Can you make money off of that? How does it work? I've always wondered. Is it YouTube? And I think, oh man, it's always the same shit. But the context around the conversation is around men when it's kind of shit. No, of course not. It's not only men, but it's very much in my experience, it's very much a male thing. And of course, you also have women who are there, but this career oriented and I work in an IT engineering industry. Yeah, it's predominantly men, and the women I meet, I don't really talk jobs. So yeah, but anyway, that's a little bit my perspective. So take that as you may. From a jaded, bitter old man, left the corporate career in disgrace, but is happier for it. And let's get into the game. Finally. What is this stream about? Yes, what is it about? Who the hell knows? And I always think the stream is over. For some people, it is over. So it's like, oh, the good part is over now. Right. So this is the stuff that I made for the YouTube video, which is sort of a conversion of what we did on stream. I was just kind of compacting it a little bit and just kind of making it nicer. So, hey, it's Siri. Thank you for the prime and welcome. With determination. Right. It always depends on the boss job. When you try your best for 2 years and no one seems to bat an eye, you just getting shit. Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home. To give my best. Yes, it's very much. I mean, the most common factor for people leaving their current job is their boss, which is kind of crazy, isn't it? And Isolde, I think, give it 35 months. Okay, I think I actually need to load the other game. Oh, I can never find out about this. This is so weird. Maybe this one? Yes. Because I need these builds. Over by... Yeah.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
There you go. This needs going. Sakatore, thank you for the 3 months. And Tiafano, thank you for the 53 months. Ooh, nice.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Let's clean out the stuff out here. And then get a... city block. Actually... Let's do that. There you go. So we got them some city block. And Silver Cecil with the 200 bits. And that triggers a little bit of trains. Good. So I'm going to take this design. I'm actually going to put it down here. Because I want it to be built up here. The new design so we're making. With these lines. Yeah, maybe. And this one. There you go. It works. Alright, so trigger the train. Good. And then I am going to also build it down here. And then we're going to take this design. I'm just going to put it here. And then I'm going to move it up. Ah, right. Okay, so these are not unlocked in this save game. Much light. There. There. That's as far as we got. There we go. Okay. So once we have this, the power going, the stone, okay, it got a little bit neutered here, but it really should be, isn't there some other stone somewhere? Nope, only that one, that sucks. They're just right in here. Terrible places. Sucks because I don't want it here. Hey!
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Mended Slinky, thank you for the 6 months in advance. Much appreciated. Where are we? We're here. And that goes into a box.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Kill all the stuff that... I'm not gonna have any kind of quality here, so let's get rid of anything that has quality on it so I don't make silly mistakes. Legendary, that? Weird. Okay, we also don't need these anymore. Okay. There. More legend. That one. Yes, good. Alright, and Dude in the Park, thank you for the 16 months. And Xlouch, thank you for the 200 bits. Let's go, yeah. Alright, and that means I need this one. There, good. That's fine. That just means that I have some of those. And 60 seconds left until the train expires. So if you want to get that train going, then 4 subs. Alright, so let's see. Sequentially. The first thing we want to make is going to be here. Archulak, thank you for the 52 months. Alright, 3 subs in the last 20 seconds. Or gift subs. This thing here is producing... What the hell is this one actually producing? It's supposed to be producing that. Lost your substring. Oh. That's happens when you're on Prime. Nope, not this. What the? Oh, right, because it's not actually consuming 10. It's just that it could consume 10. It's this one that looks like it's consuming too much. That's why it looks like it's not. It should be looking like this. I look at like, okay, so we're basically producing 12 per second, which isn't really much. So I think I need this to be double. So let's try to use this. Oh, no. Or actually, maybe I can...
Our illustrious champion returns.
And Swimmer, thank you for 69 months. Nice. Wait with the family on holiday. Been granted a reprieve. Ah, please let me go online. Okay, so this is a repeatable pattern, so I need to make 3 blocks of this instead of that. So where is the repeatability on this? I think it has to go like this one down here, but it's the top thing that has to be expanded. Like this thing is here, but I think This is the repeatable part. Oh no, the whole thing is repeatable. It's this whole thing here. This whole thing here? Yes. Yeah, it sucks that it can't be done because this one has to reach all the way over to that point. So having these two next to each other is absolutely horrendous, design-wise. Hmm. Team McIntyre. Hello. Hey guys, how's it going? Well, how's it going? Been talking for 45 minutes just to avoid going to Gleba or doing designs on Gleba. That's how it's going, which is pretty symptomatic of my experience on Gleba, to be honest. Not my favorite place. Everyone loves it. It's up there with sort of getting your hand stuck in a car door. It's that kind of pleasurable experience. Why is this so wrong? I feel like I could squeeze it, right? This should be squeezable. Right? Squish. Nothing bad happens from that squish, does it? No. But that doesn't change anything about this squish. If I squish it here, it won't be close enough because it's not reaching that one. Oh, hold on. Maybe... Isn't it something like when I look at this, they are... Yeah, this is way too fast. So maybe this one doesn't need as much... Pretty sure I'm just doing band-aid type solutions for Gleba and hope it holds for a while. Yeah, but that's exactly the stuff that isn't gonna work for a while. What if I flip these? And then... Is this still working? It still is plenty to go in here. But this one is now only affected by one beacon, but this is affected by 2 beacons and 2 beacons. Okay, so if I could do the same thing here. Boop, and take you out, which is going to give us other problems though. And then I take you. Down there. And then I'm missing somehow to get power in here. But I guess it's going to be...
Our illustrious champion.
I mean, it really wants to be a power pole here. Glum Enraged, thank you for the 52 months. Glum Enraged. Are we taking a break at 9? Yes, no, we need to take a break at 9. How do we put a power pole in here? I guess we put a power pole here. It works. And then we just have to move the power pole here. And then... Right, I think there's something to it, but I think I made it a little bit of a mess. So I'm just going to take a break, and then we're also going to check in my son on his home. There you go. We don't have any fancy spaceships to watch while we take a break, so be back in 2 minutes. Short break. Weird. The timer didn't start. That was a short break. Whatever. Right, let me see. I'm gonna go through this one again. This only has one. This one has two. So that's correct. The one that has two. This one has two. This one also has two, which it doesn't need to, but it does. Oh. This is plenty fast. It's actually way overscaled, I think. This only has one. This is two. This is one. And this is two. So why is the other one different? How does this one have... Oh, this one has one, two, two. Oh, because this one sort of got pushed. If it was like this, then it would be 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1. Yes. And since it's fast enough, I actually prefer it to be like this. But that kind of, not kind of, it absolutely ruins our way of doing power pulls. How the hell are we going to squish in a power pull? Well, I always find it funny watching people design with only green belts. Oh, right, because for you, the cost actually matters. I'm assuming you were thinking from a speedrunning perspective, then you don't want to use the most expensive ones if you can make do with less. Why is it different? How is this not the same? I don't understand it. They even use red belts, let alone blue or green. Oh, blue sucks, yeah. Well, you should see my mega base. It's a little bit more interesting design. For me, I'm looking at this and just don't understanding that a build of this size is not really delivering. Like, ooh, how much is it delivering? 14? Well, it's actually 25. 25 per second. It's ridiculously low numbers. In my other base we played yesterday, where it's like, oh, let's launch 330,000 Biter X to space regularly. That they made the belt recipes recursive for all 3 goddamn tiers. Oh, recursive, you mean like you need the yellow to go to the red, to go to the blue, to go to the green. Yeah, it's a little bit annoying. Yeah, I like it. I just don't understand why it's not symmetric anymore. Oh, because they're always feeding from the top. Right? Yeah, they're feeding from the top. Which means that there's no space here and there's 2 spaces here, which is, weird. I can't cope with this. I have to do this in a different way. I have to tear it apart and build it again. Okay, what's the point? Point is, I want it alternating, and then I want it mirrored. Okay. Hold on, this one? The whole point of this one not hitting... It's no longer hitting this one or this one, so it actually doesn't matter that it's okay. So some parts are mirrored and some parts are... Just extract a little bit. Let's build that one higher, because that's not going to change anything. Oops, there. Because then I can use this pattern, which is much nicer. There. Much nicer. Boop, 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 boop. Perfect. Okay. Let me see. All of these. Why is this one feeding from both sides? Oh, because this is actually outputting. This is just feeding it stuff. Okay. And this is hitting all of these, which is important. You are hit by 1 beacon, 2 beacons. This is hit by 2 beacons. 1 beacon, 2 beacons, 2 beacons. 2, 2, 1. 2, 2, 1. Which is exactly how I want it. Which gives me a good ratio here. I mean, it's not a good ratio, but it's a positive ratio. It's a sufficient ratio. And if I take all of it except for this one, then I get 25 per second, which I think is good for a starter build. Anything wrong with this that we need to address? It has this one coming in. And for some reason I don't have this in my build, so I think I should have a little red belt of juiciness out here. You should always have that. And then remove unfiltered items, because then when it spoils, it's gonna go. May I ask, which part of the world are you based in? Lives in Gleba. Yeah, well. Yeah, I'm from Denmark. I'm Denmarkian, as they say. I don't know who they are, but clearly they're correct. Why do I have 2 belts? Oh, right, this is a junk belt, and this is the correct belt. So I'm actually only having... Yeah. Mm-hmm. Gifted anonymous sub.
Steal yourself.
We
are building an army.
Oh, this is going to be a mixed belt. Ooh. It's like a mixtape, except worse. That's not good. That's really not good. That probably needs to go over here.
Illustrious champion returns. Welcome.
And Mr. Mini, thank you for 76 months. Lurking in the shadows. Thank you for your shadow lurking. Yeah. Faction Musculator. Guys, there was a hype train earlier where we needed those subs. How is... Oh, this is... Okay, so this is good. Why is it not starting? Oh no. Of course it's not starting. Because this one's waiting for that to make... Huh. And I could move this over here. Do you think you could complete Command if you had time for it? Nope. I would rage quit way before. Can wait for the fruit to spoil, yes. But I do like it to be something you can stamp down and it'll actually work. Missing a train is one of my nightmares. Yeah, so don't miss the trains though. And I could make it here, which would sort of also feed it into the other thing here, but it wouldn't actually work. Because it's still... So now it goes in here. Some of it goes out. And then it still never gets anywhere except that one. So this will... I need it to actually flow out on this belt. Which means I actually need to monitor the belt which is something I don't want to do. Could request spoilers to kickstart it. Yeah, maybe it's actually nicer to request spoilage than it is to request. But how would I... What am I looking for here? Like, what is the measure of success? When is this one activating? I'm feeling that it should monitor the belt, actually. And just say... If the belt doesn't have anything, then you keep pushing in some... Oh, not that one. We don't have that, but that's something we also don't need that much. Just a little bit. Let's put it in here just for sense of completion here. Let's see what happens. Gets in here. Gets outbound. This one will never be working, will it? No, you... How are you gonna get your stuff inbound? You're getting it from here. Alright, cool. Yeah, this one should never be lower now. And this is still less than half a belt. So it just goes out on one belt and then gets deleted over here. There is that spoilers filter inserter from the bio to... What? There's that. Yeah, what about it? Like this one? This one is saying if this one spoils, then put it in here. Instead of putting it out on this belt just to go back in here. It's still going to end up in this box. That's a self-starter. It's a slow self-starter. Actually, I don't think it is. No, I don't think it is. Because it gets 10 spoilers into one nutrient. The nutrient comes back in here and then just gets put into this box. When that spoils, it goes back in here. So it won't self-start. It'll just kind of get stuck between these two things. Luckily, we can just do this to get it, to see if it still self-starts. There you go. It's not until this one gets its first one done. There you go. Now it starts spraying this one out. Okay, so as soon as this one gets the first one done, we're happy. Yeah. So it does self-start. It takes a little bit to self-start, but it will self-start. It just needs to get going to get these two to actually get a little bit of, or these things to get nutrients. Once they have nutrients, then the first one gets produced and it's working fine. Perfect. I like it. I like this build. It also has lights. As long as the bioflux into nutrient has nutrients itself, it should be working. That's the one that it picks up here. Well, I'm pretty happy about it. I think it's good. And I think 25 is a good number. And I also think that for the sense of Masterclass builds, I think I should highlight how much it actually is producing. So this one will be like 25. I'm kind of discounting. Oh, I can't. Ugh, I have to do this manually. Ugh, the yummy factor. I thought there was like a power measurement here that we could sort of do this and find out how much power it consumes, but I can never find it. Okay, so this is making 25 counterbelts. What? Counterbelts? No, I need to count these machines here. How many are one? Okay, so this is 25, but this is not working. I'm here. This one, I'm consuming 44 and 55, right? Let's do this. Minus 55. That's a little bit much. And minus... No, that's not even it. It's the mesh. That's the mesh, yeah. There you go. And... it's this one. Minus 44. Then the new segment that is saying, in order for me to make 55 of this... Actually, not yet. First, I actually have to do the nutrients, because that also consumes some of this. Oh, it needs to be actually in the mod settings. Ah, thank you. That's why it's. That's why I know it's there, but I can't find it. So I need to figure out if these are always working. Oh, they're not always working. I don't know. So this is 2.75. This is 2.75 plus 3.18 plus 3.18. That is for one of these groups, and then times 4. Because there are 4 groups. And then these ones I'm just going to say nothing. No yummy. So that means 36 fuel, and each nutrient is providing 2. 2, yes. Alright, so divided by 2. That means 18 nutrients per second. This gets me 8 times plus the productivity, which is 74. So if I'm using 18 divided by 1.74 divided by 8. Okay, so that's one biofluxing thing. Okay, so that I'm just gonna say 24. Hand waving. And then I want to see how much there. Okay. So this is productivity. It makes 4 from 1 and it has 74 productivity. Yes. So we say I make 44 divided by 4 by default, divided by 1.74. That means 44 of these come from, let's call it 7. Let's round numbers. And the other one is just half as good, right? It's 1 to 2, yes. Okay, so that'll just be, let's call it 55 of these. No, 55 of this is coming from minus 16. So now we know how much I should expect to get inbound. This is important for our calculations later on. Yeah. Good. All right, so that's the first build we're going to do. We're going to get Bioflux, then we get Bioflux Happiness. I think over here we need to make a burner for... We need to be able to delete spoilage always, right? That has to be something that we can always do, and that's probably why we have to do it sort of fast. Or is it? I don't know. Do we need to delete spoilers fast? Is that something we need to do at some point? I think this block has to be deleting this, and deleting this. I'm not going to delete the bioflux because the bioflux has long lead time. Throw it in the lava. Yes, throw everything in the lava. Yeah. Oh, this one. What are you doing here? Oh yeah, this is really slow because I don't have beacons. But I do want a beacon down here. There. Did a Gleba starboards earlier today using a bunch of blueprints? Please spell my name properly. Worst thing was my landing spot at very little Yamaku soil nearby. It took me ages to get enough seeds for overgrowth soil to expand it. Otherwise, easy if you prepare it, like always. Thank you for that. Okay, so this is done. Next one is the iron and copper. I think actually the iron and copper is something I want to get started. Let's see where it is in the tech tree. After we get bioflux, it's before we go into all the other silly things. Then let's get an iron. I'd go with upcycling. Just drawing your memory to the 200k spoilers we artillery on novice. Yeah. Yes. I think that's a good idea. I don't think we're... I'm not sure. But yes. I think you have a really good point. Something. So I think that it would be nice to build this part here. And what is the other thing? That's the fuel. Was it the fuel that I failed miserably at, or was it the plastic I failed miserably at? But at least someone was kind enough in Discord to send something to me. Was it a private message? I think it was. It looks like exactly what I'm doing, so let's see why that... Why is this not working? Oh, paranoid shark, there he goes. Yes, it was was it the fuel that I failed? Did I fail at the fuel? How could I not figure that out? I don't thought it was plastic that I couldn't figure out. Oh, this one is sticky. Okay, so let's think about what it is that we want to make as the next thing. I think it's actually this one. When we get to Gleba, what do we want? We want bioflux because bioflux opens everything. Do we then want to go straight into science? Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I think science first, because science, there are some really juicy sciences. Epic quality not as juicy as it sounds. But this one is advanced asteroid processing is really juicy. Carbon fiber enables stack inserters and rockets, which are necessary. Captivity enables the croissants, and then it enables productivity module. This is the one that's most valuable, and that one. Yeah, so I guess it is. I think science is more valuable here. So let's get the science going first. That would make sense, right? Because there's actually quite a lot of good science hidden on Gleba, because it's such a shitty place. So yeah. So I guess science, since that's also a big build, would also make sense to have together up here. So basically, like, yeah, let's get the most important things going. Stacking is huge. Stacking is huge for bigger builds, but not for Gleba. Stacking and Gleba is just an awful thing, and it just sucks that it's here that we get stacking. Oops. Yeah, I like it better this way. Because then that also goes up here to another location, which will be for rocket launching. I like rocketeering. How does stacking even work with spoilage? It works, and then something spoils in the grabber, and then it gets awful. It gets anything, and yeah, it doesn't really work very well. It's quite annoying. But it's great for build capacity generally, which is something that we annihilate by not having the most important, or by not having these products on builds. It was a massive miss. It's like all the other unlocks increase effectiveness of their planets until Gleba. Yeah, it's. I think it's more along the lines that it is a trap. That's the thing. Like, it's a trap that you get to Gleba, and then you get stack inserters, and you go like, because this is what happens to me. Like, stack inserters, perfect, because this is just stupid quantities that are running out here. These on belts, damn, I need stack inserters. We spent so much time on hacking away the stack inserters, and just it turned out that it doesn't work. Stack inserters and splitters as well are just awful when it comes to spoilage. So you get a tech, and you think that because that's how games work, you get a tech, and then that tech is supposed to be used where you get it. But is the worst on Gleba. Exactly, Sharpie. This is the part, right? It doesn't make any sense. Like, then at least sort of put it to Aquilo so that you could sort of go like, ooh, it's a late game reward. Because you don't really need it until after Aquila. I mean, it's nice to get, and then you can go back and optimize your builds, but I don't think it's worthwhile to optimize builds basically at this point. These ones are also just really power hungry, but only when they shoot. Okay, so what is it I want in here? This is a spoilage belt. Spoilage belts should not go up. Okay, so the whole thing here is kind of flipped. It's not actually the most efficient usage of space here, but can I fit 3 of these in here? I mean, yes. As long as science never stops flowing, there is little problems in the chain. Scrap science and things are good. Let me check what I did on. Oh, I really wish I could go in and look at this blueprint. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. Remember, don't save this because I'm running with an editor on, so don't save, just look. Oh, it's so slow! There you go. So what happened? What's happening here? This one is the one that comes in. I mean, I can always move it a little bit. How do I split it then? I never like this, but it's kind of the least awful option. Wondering if this could be done in a different way so that you would be here and this one would be here. Then it would still be the same thing. I hate this music where it goes whoa, whoa. Like what is that? Oh crap. Power. How did the power die? Oh, because we don't have these. Oh, it actually works better if I just half stack in here. So the production is sufficient as long as this one is full. Do you make money as a full-time streamer or do you earn less than your previous job? Do you make more money or less money than your previous job? It's a little bit of a loaded question because I've been doing this for 7 years now, and do you then compare it to my job 7 years ago, or should I say what if I'd stayed in my job 7 years ago but continued to develop my career from the point of being a senior manager and upwards 7 years more than that? Then if I wasn't getting fired, of course, then I'd be a director of something now. And so from that perspective, what are we comparing to? And it also kind of funny because it doesn't matter if I make more or less money than before, because I quit my job at the very high level of my career, while most streamers, their alternative to streaming is a non-skilled labor or something because they don't have any education. But all things considered, it's sometimes it's more like Factorio launch, obviously more. Times like now, less. But I also have less expenses, but that's fine. Yeah, okay, yeah, the rocket, yes. But that, now I'm just routing it first. But it's a good point. Let's just quiet this one. Do the thing you don't. Yeah, I also think that there's a point to it that right now I'm not working as many hours as I did in my previous job. So the fact that I make less but work a lot less, and the work I do is a lot more rewarding, kind of sort of adds to the equation, I feel, right? It's a very big part of that equation. Is there no way that I can get this to use the substations? It would be really lovely if this one could have substations. I could have substations here and here, but then these have to be changed. No. It's hard doing a good job to pursue something that aligns with what you want to enjoy. Yeah, I mean, yes, but it was less of a risk because I could just get a real job again at that time. I can't do that anymore. Now that door has been closed to me because my skills have withered. So that's a different consideration to also include. So, are you happier than 7 years ago? Is the question. That is the question, Massimini, and miles ahead, like leaps and bounds more happy. Ridiculous. It's not even. It is so much so that I kind of feel bad for my old self that I didn't know. I didn't mind. Like, how happy are you on a scale from 1 to 10? Like, okay, I'm pretty happy. I think I'm on a 7. And now I realize that the scale doesn't go to 10, it goes to 100. Like, fuck, I was at a 7 and thought that was like near the top. It wasn't. It was near the bottom. I just didn't realize the scale went all the way up to 100. Like, that, it is that much of a difference. And I think that's actually kind of an apt way of describing it. If you hadn't been your old self, you wouldn't value what you have. Exactly. This is the same as when Danes complain about the weather. Like, you have to get a bit of a rain and cloudiness to appreciate a mild summer day. Did Jesse, I don't know who Jesse is, reach out to you about tell me about Factory Games things he just released? Well, I enjoy both you and Kibitz. The way you describe these games and talk about them is more easy to learn and feel. Yeah, I mean, thank you. That would also be surprising if you had said, oh, I really appreciate Kibitz for the deep analysis, but you are super funny and entertaining. I would go like, you're weird. So if you say it the other way around, it makes a lot more sense. And I don't know who Jesse is, so no. Good man. Yeah, I think that it's Jesse Cox. I still don't know who Jesse Cox is, so yeah. I mean, it's not a comparison. I prefer Kibitz to me, but then again, that's I have the utmost respect for what it does, and it's not. I know that's not what any of you are implying otherwise. I think he does really, really well in terms of what it is to be a YouTuber. How? Oh, right. This one was supposed to be over here when I did this, and then you were going in there. I like this a lot less. Hello there. Hello, Tiger. Judy. There we go. So now we're back to the default location thing, and there. Maybe like this. I don't know. Right, I'm not super happy about this. I think I'm gonna abandon all hope about getting it converted to substation grid, which is a little bit of a shame. This one can go. I'm gonna do this. There. Oh no! One off. Oh well. Bloop. We got water in here. Good. Happiness. How many hours do you have in Factorio? 8,900 hours. 8,946.1 hours to be exact. But you know, it's been basically a full-time employment for the last 8 years. How much is that in dog years? I don't know what a dog year is, so yep, you figure that out. Oh, by the way, this is completely redundant. Oh, right. Because it's already sneaking away in here. The problem is just that I can't get it. This still works. Funny how this position here, it could be here, which is kind of nicer, isn't it? Like it's more in line. It doesn't change anything, except that this one can't be there, but this is also a perfectly fine location. $2,200. Yeah. How far up does the cover reach from between the red inserters? Doing the part, what is that? The cover reach? Don't know what that means. Oh, the substation. Oh, I just undid something. Yeah. So the substation, I would have to make one on either side. And then I would like to have it here, but then I also would like to have it here. This reaches to the middle, this one reaches... Okay. I really dislike that this is shifted out. Also feel a little bit stupid for sort of enforcing some kind of grid that is completely arbitrary. It feels much better to sort of have it here. I don't know if we need this many, but sometimes we do. Then I could always do this, because then it would look symmetric. It just kind of look weird as well. Now I can take all these out. Careful. Okay. Right. Always build around the substation. No, this wasn't supposed to be the plan full of greenery. It is the full of greenery. We just don't have any greenery yet. I mean, this is the supposed greenery, like mushrooms and stuff like that. Ooh, where the beacons were before. Ooh, yeah, sexy time. That's a good idea. It doesn't reach all the way over, so I'd still have to. Then I'd also, but then I'd have to have one down here, which is the whole kerfuffle thing. Killing me with this. Goes back. There we go. That goes away. That goes away. That one. No. Definitely not like that. And definitely not like this. Yeah? Better. Yeah. How do we pave the world then? What? Please, may I suggest for the next game expansion the inclusion of a planet covered in tropical forest that can't be cut down? It's for a friend. Sure, for the next expansion, since there won't be any expansion, then any more expansions, then sure, then probably easily accommodate that. Yeah, okay. This is a good build, I think. Let's actually see if it works, because it doesn't seem to work right now. What if we just make one of those? Nope. Then we also need to make sure that we are actually protecting this. Is anyone coming in to pick this up? There should be. Where is it? I want to see something going upwards from here. There, that one. Doot. Goes in here. And you're missing... Yeah, of course you're missing something inbound. This one. Right? Must be one of these that's actually working, right? This... Yes, this one's working. There we go. Woohoo! Getting the first one in. Getting some eggies out. There we go. So it takes a while before it gets into the next step. Okay, and all of this obviously has to be downgraded significantly. Oh, it's also stack inserters and all sorts of shit. Oops. Love the Masterclass series. Thank you. And welcome. First time chatter. It's kind of interesting that this belt, if I adjusted it here, it could go up here in the middle and then spread in this location. Would that be a thing? No. Okay, well, then forget about it. Could also get it all the way up here. No. Nope. Ah. What are you guys talking about? And by fun, I mean horrible, but also fun. We did actually have a mod that added trees everywhere. There was a level 2 hype train was trees everywhere. You could add a good or a bad thing, and the bad thing was trees everywhere. Is the science, is the rate of science too slow? Oh yeah, this is by the way a completely stupid idea. Sorry. There's no way that this makes sense for what we're doing here. Even this is pushing it. The trees are scared. Sacred. Scared? We'll deal with scared. Well, I like this. It's pretty decent amount of science we get. Quite a lot. It's not actually 14.2 because we have a deficit here, so it's... oops, let's calculate. So it is 14.2 divided by 10 point... No. What? 10.34 multiplied by 5.962. Oof, that's a bad ratio. So it's actually only 8 signs per second here. Oh, let's actually also make a little blob like this. This one makes science. Now we can 8. And let's do this here. This gets a little bit more confusing. Because here the majority of the consumption is actually coming from that part. Which would mean I'd have to... Like, you don't you consume a little bit of ingredients. Right, this is for the fuel. Yeah, okay. But this one... So I have 6 of this. That means I need 74 of this, plus another 9. 74, that would be like 84. And if I take the whole thing, it gets bigger than 84. And the reason why is because this one is also consuming something from the consumption, 1.3 per consumption, if it was working all the time, but it's not actually working all the time. So I don't need to worry about that. But that means I should be considering like 84, 5-ish. This one, oh, it's a lot of... let's say that I'm going to use... It really shouldn't be in this step. So it's going to be 8.16 divided by 14.2 multiplied by 8.18. That's 5. Okay, so... Five bioflux. Minus 5 of that. And 5. There. Minus 5. Okay. This one doesn't belong here. So in order for me to make 5 of these, why is this only 5? It should be 6. Yeah, it should be 6. Let's call it 6. Okay, that I actually need to figure out why that's the case. If I'm only looking at... I'm providing 6 in here. And that's what's being consumed, like net production of 6. Right. I'm just going to go for these round numbers here. Blah. Makes more sense. There you go. What are we talking now? We don't talking about not related, but I watched the end of Andor yesterday. Very good series. Current has no trees at all. Really depressing planet. I love that. That's what you take away from it. Yeah, I want to watch Andor, but and I like it. It's just a little slow. I started watching Succession because everyone's been talking so much about it, and I haven't watched it. I think I've watched most of it because I'm almost done. I am done with season 1, and I felt that some of it, most of it, was something I kind of was vaguely familiar with. So I probably watched season 1, sort of half watched it. Okay, so in order for me to make this, I would basically have to look at this one. Just go like 10. That's probably good-ish. So this would be... $118. That just doesn't match with what I've calculated up here. If I'm looking at the whole thing here, why does this whole thing only require 92? While if I look at this one and multiply that by 6. Okay, then it's also getting... Oh, right, that's because it's... I really don't understand any of this. Like, what is going on? I have 6 of these, and that only provides... Is it because there's not enough? This is affected by 2 beacons. 2 beacons. 1, 2. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 of these. Why does this only give me 3.78 pentapod, net pentapods? While if I do this, I have 5.92 net pentapods. Why? How? How is this one worse? They're all 0.99. I really don't get it. This is 6 of these. 6 of these. And they produce this much, but they consume this much. Oh, right. This is not what they net produce. No, this is what they gross production. If I do this, that's going to be the same number over here. It's because the consumption rate. Ah, right. Okay, now I get it. Oh, so the when I look at this one, yeah, I don't think this is the right way of looking at it. If I look at the net production of this, that is 3.78, 3.786. That's how much. And then I should just say, okay, well, if I put that in here, 1 pentapod egg becomes 1 science. Then that's how much science times 1.75, because that's the productivity of it. That means I only have 6.58 science. Right? That's really low. Yeah, now we sort of went into a deep pit of Star Wars numbering. Let's call this 7. And then this one is net making 4. Then I can do this times 6, and then that's 75. This is using 1.6 each. But it's not operating all the time, so maybe like 1.2. Should I add like another 7 to this? So up here I'm just saying this is probably losing maybe like 7. Okay. And then also some water. $130. Okay. So now if I look at this, I need to get a little bit of bioflux. Oh, but the bioflux, I also need to figure out how much bioflux I need to produce. Yes, so that one is now needs to be... I'm gonna add a little bit from these ones also working sometimes. Just kind of 85, and then I divide it by... This one is making 8 nutrients for each bioflux, and then productivity. So I take the 85 I need, divided by the productivity, and divided by 8. That means 6 bioflux from this. That's probably fine. What the hell is that? Missing repair packs. Interesting. Yes. So now that's... Okay. That's a really interesting thing, because that's very much something I want to make on this planet, repair packs, if I don't have them, right? That's not really repair packs, is it? There you go. There's also another argument about getting this moved. Oh, that's a mess. That's even more of a mess. That one. Here. Here, right? But you're not supposed to have that one yet. And you're not supposed to have... Here. Okay, so... How come these have the same indicator? Ah, that's not... That's a very hard no. Whew. Why do we not have gears? Why do we not have... And where's the stupid calcite? There you go. Oh, brake. Yes. Thank you. Okay, we got something going on here. I dislike this. The fact that this kink is here. Yeah. Iron and copper, we will get that. That's actually the next part. But I think we want to get science going first. And then once we have that, we'll get iron and copper going. Because I can't always, just when I'm here, just go out and grab some of these. And they have tons of stuff. Well, okay, you can't see it. But 30 in there, 30 plus 40. Like this one has 30 plus 60, 45 iron ore inside that one. So pretty good. And there we go. So be back in 2 minutes, and then we'll continue to make the rest of this really look nice. Be back in a bit. back. Let's see if we can untangle the next mess. I'm happy about it, except for, as someone was saying, why don't you just? That's a good point. Why don't you just is always the answer, at least in this case. There you go. There. Right? No, not this. Wait, we're missing this. There. And then they will be requesting... Okay, so they need to kickstart again, which is going to take a little bit of time. But that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. It'll get there. Cool. So, build 1, build 2, build 3 is going to be this one. Should be simple. I want to see if we can put 3 builds in here. And this one and this one. And then the last section here will be for cleanup. I think that makes sense. This is a small build doing exclusively this. What are we getting in here? We're getting spoilage back. Yeah. And then what is it we're getting in? Oh, that's the Yumako mash. Okay, so the 2 things are coming in here. The 2 mashes, and it looks like it wants to get... Okay, that needs to be different. There. Right, so this is spoilage out. And then I want, on this belt, I want Bioflux in, but I only want Bioflux in on one side. That's not Bioflux. Bioflux in on one side, which just, you know, just happens to be the side that it's on, because we know it's wrong. Isn't, let's see. Yes, it's the right side. Look at that. It goes nice. Sweet. And then it builds up. Perfect. And the only thing we're missing now is here. Yeah. Can't be this close. That gets this one going. Whoa. Oh, right. This one doesn't have to be very fast. It's just some mashing until it gets going. This one stops. Disabled by control behavior. Yeah. So this one's just sitting here until it spoils, and then it turns. Is the jump for Biofox far enough to jump over the next row? No, it's not. It's too short. Then I'd have to do this, which is not how I usually do my my builds. So, oh, and it wouldn't actually work anyway. See, I don't mind this because this is kind of what I'm used to doing. I could also do this one up here. And then have this whole thing. That avoids the squiggly one place, but then gets it somewhere else. Then gets this one. Maybe that's nicer. I don't know. So interesting. Oh, right. Copper is going, but this one's not because goes away. I want the iron to actually be requested from up here. Because I know that it's going to be requesting stuff. Yes. What? Really? Yeah, it's just slow for all of these. But this is good. This one's not getting there yet. Oh, it's almost getting there. Steel. How's that coming along? Oh, not at all. Yeah. And this one is just super slow. Oh yeah, plastic. We're not getting the plastic yet, but when we get the plastic, it'll work. Alright, thank you for joining, Solda. Remember, also for you and for everyone else, that tomorrow will be a slow Wednesday will be a slow Factorio day, so it'll be a lot of AMA, so a lot of talking. So prepare some interesting topics if you feel like it, then we can dive into those. Good. Not tomorrow. I know, no. I was just seeing if you're still here. That's why. Okay, this one doesn't need to be very... Ugh. Okay. Oh, no. That, oh, yeah, Stephen, that's not actually... okay, that... Can we get a moderator to remove that command? Because it's... If someone actually uses it, then it doesn't work. Because no one's watching it. Okay, so that was fine. And then let's do plastic. Or... Yeah, let's do plastic first. Plastic was the one that worked, right? I think it was. And then if we do the other one afterwards, then yeah. Should just drop it here now? I don't know. Honestly, I never really thought about it. I was just kind of... It's not necessarily an AMA. It's not like an official AMA or anything. It's just more like... might as well sort of prepare some things. If you have some things you want to talk about, then throw them in there. But on the other hand, like, why not also just talk about it now if we can? Make a Discord channel. That's also a good idea. Now I'm off. Okay. Yeah, I can't suppress that. No. What, if any, tool scheme do you use for keeping yourself organized? Ha! The thing is, like, I don't like just sitting on this question, but I want to answer it now because, you know, my attention span is not very long, so there's that. Is this a combined belt? No, this is the Yumako. Yeah, Bioflux is only on half belt because it doesn't need to be just compacted so much. Okay, so what tools do I have to keep myself organized? I don't have any, and I don't use any. Well, that's not true. I use my calendar quite extensively to keep myself organized, and that's mainly for sort of what's going on with the kids, what's going on in my dating life, and workshops and releases. So the key to being organized. Just my calendar is the truth. If it's not in my calendar, I can't really cope with it. That's the only thing I have. And I even sort of, if there's an event that I'm interested in, I put it in there and then just go like, okay, it's not paid for. It's just kind of interesting. And then when I pay for it, I change the status. That's kind of how I keep track of my life and sort of what's happening next week and see if there are any days that are not happening anything. But I don't use any other tools. For content creation, no, I don't use any more tools. I use the notepad for just taking notes on what I want to do sometimes, but like small stuff like scripts or ideas or things I need to remember in the next video, but nothing more than that. I cannot for the life of me figure out why I have two belts here. Couldn't I just have one belt with partial one and the other? I need these two things, but I could have Bioflux and then I could have the Yumako Mash on one belt. Wouldn't that just be fine? I don't see why that would not work. So I guess we'll just try it and see if it works. Because it's picking up here. Oh, it's not working because... Ah, there we go. That's... I think I found it. Good. Then I also need this to be turned around. Yeah. And as anything else I use to keep track of? Notepad is the only thing I use for writing scripts. It's just simple and it works. That's not even this. This is not even it. It's gonna be this. This is the outbound. I tried other things, but I don't. I honestly don't have I don't have enough going on in my life to actually warrant having something, having more advanced tools than that. There, because that's the combined build. That's why I didn't do it combined. And this one, I can do this. I don't need to have it double-sided. It'll just mean some of it will be expiring too fast. Here, gets plastic. It's funny how I can't consume the plastic fast enough. Ah, I can't do that. No. Then... need to be able to consume everything on the belt. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then I'm going to try doing the same thing as was recommended by some shark. Paranoid shark. I think I also missed some lights over here. This one has lights. Yeah. Okay. And then this will be fuel. Not this fuel. The other one. Something like this, I guess. Oh, such a bad place. Okay, so let's see. This jelly nut will then be here. It's surprisingly simple. Let's see if this works ratio-wise. Yeah, there's a little bit of surplus, but not actually that much. Huh. This is surprisingly surprising. Really want it like this instead. here. Let's see if this works. It does actually work. Huh, that's so simple. I do think I want this out on the other side though. That makes a lot nicer. Yeah. Much nicer. And this boiler jar bound. Also perfect. Edit mode would have a clean content hotkey like shift. Oh yeah, it should have, yeah. Frank Trust, thank you very much for joining me, Timmy. Also for you, if you have some topics to talk about on Wednesday, you're welcome to think about it, join in, and chime in with your ideas. Now, this could actually easily become better. This is only 40. You know, I could actually make it one belt. But I don't know. I think 45 plastic is fine. Oh, filters on outsiders are still plastic. That is true. Which this one doesn't need to be as... There's gotta be something here that could be better. And now it just messes up. There we go. Only needs to go in on one side. Here, the argument, as these are also going to misfiltered. Maybe we actually need this first because this is our primary power. But it does feel nice to do this. Yeah. And the distance here is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. There's one space here. There's 2 spaces here. I think, honestly, if we talk masterclasses, then this looks nicer. Might have contaminated belts. Good. Yeah, this is contaminated belts. Good. That's interesting. This is actually... Why not like this, actually? That's odd. Oh, right. No, I get that. Because otherwise I'm not leaving the last spot for pickup. I need to have the last spot to be picking up things here. Always happy when is focused on the clean visual as well as efficiency. Thank you. And Yeah, it's very much my thing. Okay, so now this is 3 from the side, and there's 2 here, and there's 2 here, and there's 2 here. That's really nice. Nice, nice. This one could be bigger. Should it be bigger? I honestly think these ones two should be swapped because it's more important. If we think about it in the terms of how we want to craft it, then this is more important. I'd also like to make it twice as big. Just like this one. Ugh, here we go. Nightmare time again. Oh, how much are we producing? Please let it be like enough. 3. Not much. It's really not much. And it's also like there's still space left. If only I could recycle the same, but I can't. There's no way. I mean, so I'd have to do it like this with 2 beacons next to each other, which looks really stupid. Unless, okay, now we dive down into the pits of despair. This. All right. I'm going to do the whole thing here. One more time. Here. Because I don't want to mess this one up that works, and I think I will mess it up. So this is working. I don't know even know why. So what's so daunting about Gleba is it just spoilers managed. It's absolutely spoilers managed. Recipes are not particularly complicated. It's the spoilage. It's exclusively the spoilage. It's the fact that spoilage works is everywhere. Ilko, thank you for the 19 months of Prime. So if it was something that, like, the base premise, which makes sense, is that, oh, you're harvesting some fruit, so you use them before they spoil. Okay, good. But that's, then you're, okay, but first we need to process them, and then the processed one also spoils. Oh, okay. But the problem is that it can spoil anywhere. So that means that any belt must have a spoilage overflow. Any inserter must be sort of figuring out, is it always going to be in and out? You need to get your spoilage out of every single machine has the potential to be spoiling because nutrients spoil really fast. And these also spoil fast. So if things get stuck, it turns into spoilage. If you don't have a good mechanic for getting rid of spoilage, then it just kind of escalates from there. Okay, so my idea with this was I would take you and go like this, which frees up some space. That would allow me to, at least for the time being, get this one down here. We'll figure it out on how this one gets in there, but whatever. By doing that, these two. Good. Right. Then that gets us closer. Why is there an advantage of getting this closer? Well, it can take you down here, and then I can get you in here. That means this can go down, and this can go in. Good. So what happened now is that we have compacted this somewhat. Well, not somewhat. Actually, quite a lot. Let me do the same compacting thing on the other side. Oops. You are going to go out and go in here. That means this goes out, this goes out. And you can go. You can go further up. Huh. feel like... Mm-hmm. Okay, so this works. Now compacting it. They're still... But they're not working yet. You need to go up here. Because that goes up here. Because that's one goes in. These two go one up. And like this. Now this is significantly compacted. And the great news about this one is that, hey, thank you, Feuerstern. Thank you for the 200 bits. I'm going to take this and then stamp it down like that. It tiles. And this one will now be able to reach all of them. Then we have the next little problem, and that's power. Like this is easy, but that does not work. So are we back to doing... Also, there's some weird things here. Oh, look at that. We just need one of these. See. One beacon, one beacon, one beacon. Everything is affected by one beacon. Right? This one affects these 6. This one affects these 3. And this is these 3. And also that one. So this is a good build. I just need to figure out how to power it. Because there isn't a whole lot of room for it. No, there is no whole lot of room for it. No. Love these series. Learn a lot from your masterclasses and playthrough on YouTube on Factorio 1.0. Thank you. Finally able to make my own designs. Awesome. Although I sometimes still get your superior designs. Looking for story content. Thank you. Brain belt is cut off. You're right. Brain belt is cut off. Actually, that's a good point. That means this one doesn't need to be here, and you don't need to be that weird thing. So brain belt is not reaching. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Well, so much for that good idea. I don't see how that can be fixed. Like, obviously going around, but like... There we go. Easy. Easy. I don't think any of us are happy with this, right? If I move this to the left, it loses contact with these. So then, nope, I cannot. Then I have to break the jelly out of this belt. Which, I mean, I suppose I could, but then it's kind of... And it is already... It's not as big of an issue as it would seem. There you go. Symmetry around this. And then... water now? There we go. What? What are the entities that are not being built? Did it break or what? Oops. Yeah. Okay. I guess it did. We'll have to come back to this one because this doesn't look great. 20 plus... Oh, this is not great. Something is very wrong. Right, so now the next problem is this one. And if I build it over here, it just barely reaches everything. Pretty good. And then an extra one in here. So these ones gonna go a little bit. Okay, so we like this better. Like, first of all, how wide is it compared to the other one? It is 1 tile wider, and it has water on that side. So I think we need to... I don't want the water here. I need it to go here. So we're gonna have to compact the other ones. This one has to go 1 tile over. These break quickly. I need to fix this. I need to figure out what the hell went wrong with this design. Let's do one at a time. Should this be moved 1 over? This can win 1 tile. This can win 2 tiles. And then if I build this down here, no, here. 2 tiles. 1 tile is actually enough to be happy. Yeah, okay, so if I only need 1 tile, then I can just move this one. That was pretty smooth. And I take this one out. And I get you back in. Cutting it close. Let's get all of this out before we add anything else. Okay. That one in here, and oops. And the spoilage out. Got it. And we're missing some lights. And that one. Oof, 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 oof. They're way too close. Ugh. No. I can't do that. Oh. This is way too close, these power poles here. It just looks awful to have power poles this close. I also think that it might be better if I take you out. Take this one out. And get you in this spot. Redo all of this. This is why it's so nice to have infinite of everything, so I don't have to care about, like, oh no, did I lose some valuable something. Okay, so this is better with the power pole distance, and then this distance comes in here. Which is still 2 tiles from the edge, which means this. Oh, I don't like that. Kind of has to be here, which I don't like either. The reason why I don't like this is because it can only merge into the side. Unless I swivel it. Yeah. Probably not going to be an issue. Okay, let's try it. This is going to be here. And this one. And the spoiler is going back. Water. And this is going to be Marco Mash going in, and love it. All right. The point is that I might have an idea about I want to craft them like this sequence, but maybe you feel that you're running out of fuel, so you want to build this first. And I want each of those to kind of work on their own. And they kind of do that now. You can take either of these things out and it'll still work. But now I need to do the calculations. This one, I'm not going to be counting this as any kind of continuous production. I don't even want to know if I don't even know if I should consider these to be continuous production. Let's call it 6 fuel out of this. That's a really nice number. So if we want to make 6 fuel, then we are making, we're requesting 100 of the jelly. And then if I want to craft 100 jelly, I am going to need to do 100 divided by the productivity divided by 4. Yeah, let's call it 15. Minus. Yeah. And then also some spoilage, which is probably just a little, some of this. This was nothing, right? Oh, they actually do need some of that. Oops. So that's going to be 7. Yeah. We can kind of get a sense of this. The plastic. 44 plastic. And oh no, it's not actually true. It's there's a slight deficit of this. Huh. So build it, then get rid of the overflow. Which is also what we are gonna do next. We're going to make carbon, but carbon only has a value for carbon fiber, as I recall. Used in this one? Nope. Maybe. I mean, I'm going to do a little bit of this. Are we actually going to do this? Because the reason why you want to get sulfur and carbon into coal is because coal gets you explosives. Coal gets us explosives? No, it doesn't. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Coal gets us explosives, yes. So it's only because we want to do explosives. But I don't want explosives because I don't think rocket turrets are the best thing to do on Gleba. I think actually, since we always go to Factorio first, we're going to be leaning heavily on these power plants here, or these Tesla turrets. Burns fast as hell. At least you don't spoil it. It's stuck somewhere. That I'm completely aware of that, but that's not what we want to do. So, nope, 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 nope. Yes. So the only thing we need it for is carbon fiber. So I think we're gonna make it on site for the carbon fiber, so that when we make carbon fiber, it'll produce the carbon as input for this, not as its separate build. I don't want a separate build for carbon. Yeah, okay, I'm doing calculations now. This one, though, I realized there was a problem. Yeah. So I'm not actually making, I'm making 43.85 divided by 33.6 multiplied by 29.323. Very important. That gets us 38. Okay, so we make 38 of this. All right. All right, cool. And that takes, what was it? $29. And bioflux, of course, as well. 8 point, it's called 9 bioflux. I'll round it up because then it also covers a little bit of the bioflux we need for the nutrients. So there. And then in order for me to make 29 of this, I need to make 29 divided by productivity divided by 2 per craft. Let's call that 8 or 9. There. So this one we can now say, okay, it requires 15 jellies to run continuously, and this one requires 9 to run continuously. Okay, and then of course some bioflux. Good. All right, so what is the remaining things we want to build? Well, we want to build the carbon fiber, and we want to make, actually we want 2 more things in this block. We want carbon fiber, we want something to burn through the remainder of this so that it doesn't delete them. I don't want to burn this because this one has to be processed into here because I need to get all the jelly nut seeds out of it. So even if we're just going to throw it away, then we still need to get the seeds. And then we need to do something about spoilage. So it's going to be a little bit tight. And by a little bit, I mean like extremely tight. So let's see what we can do. Carbon fiber. Hello. Oh, we don't have it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, we do have it. Oh, no problem. Zero 0.6, 0.8. Not fast enough. But does this really matter? Oh, it's 0.6. Huh. You know, maybe You know, this is going to be a 1-to-1 match then. Still going to do this. Sure, we're going to be losing a significant chunk. 8.3.4. Yeah, so this one also needs. Okay, this is producing 0.6. What if I don't put a beacon on it? Then it's 0.25. Oof, that's not much. And this one is now 14, and this is 8. So, like, this is an option. It loses. It's not exactly a ratio, but then. Could there be an option? Oh, right. Oh, what about this? Would this be better or worse? Somehow worse. Here. Kind of shuffling it around here. So let's see. What this one could be a suggestion, right? What actually do we need this for? Like, what do we need it in quantity for? We need it for stack inserters, but only 2 for every stack inserter. We need it for foundation, which we'll eventually need a lot of. This one eventually. This one is a very limited number. This one is a continuous amount. And this one's also continuous. So we need it for rocket turrets. So we do need it in a significant quantity. So this is probably a pretty good. Let's see what it actually, what this would be. Because it's not 7.5. Because it's going to be constrained by this part here. 7.572 divided by 43.52 multiplied by 29.5. It's only 5 per second, so it's actually, this one is 2/3 junk, or 2/3 idle. I don't like having a build that's 2/3 idle. What if? Now I'm optimizing way too much for this part here. It's almost a third masher, yeah, but it doesn't fit. That's the problem. Now ooh, what? There. So now it's 2.923 divided by 16.8 multiplied by 14.62. That would be 2.5 for this build. Or is it the other one that's constrained now? Divided by 1.68 multiplied by 1.218. Yes, it is. Now that is the constraint. Really? There. So now this is producing 2.5, and then I can repeat this. If I can repeat it, that would be nice. All right, let's try and see if we can repeat this, or we can support this. We are going to have a. First of all, these are going to have to be sliding a little bit off. That's a given. That's a given as well. Maybe not so much, but we're also going to have a. This belt will contain there, and there. So let's make this with what we know it's going to be here. You need some spoilage. That means the spoilage will have to go out and around on this side. No. Spoilage comes in. Yeah, okay, we also need a brake, by the way. I'm gonna get spoilage in here. Whoop. And that's gonna be like happy. Anything else? No. Just spoilage. Hey, Arunian, thank you for the 33 months. We're just gonna take a break. Alright, I will be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit for the final hour of today, where we get maybe the final designs ready. Yes, agree. No need for that, and then just knock out some speed modules in this instead. This is required 0.8. There, good. And might as well just do these as well. Why not? Okay, then we need some mesh in here. We've done all the easy parts. Then I'm thinking this would be fine output. And then it just sort of filters that in here. Yeah. That makes sense to me. Because then I can start sort of figuring out where do I put the spoilage. How the hell are you going to put out spoilers now? could also do this. But then I can't use the same belt for that. No. Because this is kind of working, but how do you get your stuff out here? Right? That could be... That could work, right? But then it kind of feels silly that the other ones are not doing the same thing. Ooh. Ooh, sexy time. Oh, yes. Oh, right. That's much better. Then they get out there. And even though it sort of only gets to... I don't know if this is a good idea. Because it doesn't go in before this. It must be. Oh, this actually can also do spoilage. Oh. Interesting. Because this can spoil. And then still needs to be output. That could get it in a jammable situation, couldn't it? Somehow it jammed now. Why did it jam? Oh, the seats. If you're horizontal, could you have the spoilage from the build go on the bus before that goes? I don't want it to be a horizontal. That actually kind of begs another question. I want it to be as slim as possible, so I do think I want this to be different. I like this, but I don't like having this one out here. I like having... which kind of ruins all of it. Oops. That's fine. Feels weird, right? But it still has issues with this one and this one. Doesn't fit. Oh, right, this one is... yeah. But I can't rely on this actually being priority. But I want it to compact, so I think this is a better way of compacting it. That would also work fine, but then you're kind of out. Maybe this is the belt. The only reason why I think this might be good is because it could be tileable. It could be tileable around that one, but yeah, there's too much space in between. Too much dead space. Yeah, so that's no good. Then it becomes better tileable, right? Here. And then at the bottom, this one merges in here, yes. And then there's also the option of having the power poles here, which would again enable this one to be a thing. Kind of a thing. Oh, right, that's kind of cool. I like that. Spoilers directly. Oh, that's a cool idea. Love it. Love that idea. Like this. Just doesn't work up here. Unless we change stuff, of course. Feels a little bit weird. Yes. Won't the whole thing block itself once it's the title? That's a great point, and you're maybe right. I think you're actually completely correct about it, because particularly this one. If this thing spoils, it goes out on a belt, and it will never merge in unless this belt is empty. And it won't be empty because I want to just funnel all of my. Yeah, this belt will be full. So you're right. You're actually right that it'll never be empty. Red bottom outsider goes nowhere. This one, yeah, no, there's lots of stuff that doesn't go anywhere. We're doing temporary designs now. Flip it horizontally is not a thing. There's a trend here, and I kind of want to keep that. Flip it horizontally like this. Yes. That's less of a concern. Yeah, okay, yeah, but it's still not working, so this has to be replaced anyway, so I don't care too much about it. Yeah, like I like this, which under normal circumstances actually should work. But right now we're actually in a position why is this thing not being taken out? Oh, no, it's that's weird. So this doesn't seem reliable way of getting stuff in here. No, from this one. So I do think that I want everything out on a collective belt. So, sort of like, oops. Oh, here, this is going to be our spoilage, for example. Don't know how everything else would go in here. This could be spoilage as well. The problem for me is, like this is spoilage, fine. And then I can get it in here. And then this part here can either go out into the bus and back again. If I, that's what we say, flip it horizontally, like this. Yeah. Might actually be nicer. Input priority from the side. But that might not actually be enough because I'm not sure which side it goes out on. This one will never work. It's so awful that I have to take like take 3 spoilage belts outbound to get into 1 spoilage belt inbound. That just doesn't make sense. Like here's a spoilage belt, here's a spoilage belt, and then I also need a 3rd spoilage belt here just to get that out. That's just like, that's so jarring. Let me check something. Ugh, well that doesn't help me at all. Not really. Ooh. I have to control the regular spoilers input. Yes. Which I don't like, to be able to do that. Or, oh, this one's also broken again because of input output sides. I need it to be like this. But what are we going to do about the spoilage? This doesn't seem reliable way of getting it in here. Once this spoils, we're going to have problems. Or this spoils even. As much as I love this idea of indirect inserting it, I can't rely on it. Because if this one is jammed, then this one is going to be jammed. So it won't accept this part. So it can never be sort of getting rid of it. So maybe the answer is more boring than just like, hey, put it out there. That's fine. And this one, just put this out here. Nope, because it then would make it 2 tiles wider. I don't want it to make 2 tiles wider. This is another problem because I did say that I want a lot in here and I can't make it wider than it already is. Oof. What if this is the output build? Then that cuts out here. Because then that works as output belt here, and that works as output belt here. And everything goes out in this belt. That's actually not completely awful. Now we just need to fix this one. Yep. 2 inserters and a box instead of long inserter? Nope. Don't want to do a box if we don't need it. I don't think this is the end of the world. So spoilage out, spoilage out, spoilage out, spoilage out, spoilage out. I think it works. I'm gonna do this so that this fills up, and then I'm gonna allow it. Put a splitter and have an inserter grab from it. Nope, because of it. Ha! You fell for it. You fell for it. Ha! What happens when the stuff that gets split off in the splitter is spoiling? Then you also need to have an inserter for spoilage on that splitter. So no. This way I can just do it at the end. Just get the spoilage out at the end. But this is a nice build. It's very compact. If it works, then it's fine. Good. This one's already stuck. This one's stuck. So we just need this to spoil. Let's look at tileability, because that's what it's called. This exact thing can be tiled like this. And power poles. Above and below. That'll be part of the design. And that's easily room for 3 of these. So I think we're there. I just want to confirm what it looks like when it spoils. If it works, it'll be fine, of course. What I mean is that it's not just functionally correct, it's also design-wise complete. Light. I don't think there's any room for optimization on this. There. Whew. That's optimized. Do you need a spoilage remover from the end of the nutrients? Yes. But that's easy to do here at the end of this. Also from the end of this line. Not from the end of this line. But now I'm just sitting here waiting for this to spoil in 1 minute and 2 seconds. And luckily 1 minute and 2 seconds takes 1 minute and 2 seconds when glorious FPS is 60. With something spoiling in the splitter. You've never? Well, it will. It absolutely will. So you have to say that if you split something in and there's something that can spoil in one side of the splitter, then it will spoil. Yeah, spoilage filters to remove spoilage from the belt, that's fine. But if you have like a dead end splitter like this, then there will be this, whatever here will turn into spoilage, and you need to then get that out as well. Otherwise, you will have problems. I hate Gleba so much. Yeah, this is why I make masterclasses, so you don't have to hate it. You can just stamp down the blueprints and you don't need to worry about it. If it terminates in a splitter, then you will have a bad day. Yes, or unless you capture both sides of the splitter, which is awful. And even then, grabbing from splitters was just weird. For me, really. It does have some weird things. So, okay, so this one's working. It's just slowly throwing all of this out. And if I just now let this go a little bit further, then hopefully, see now this can actually jam here. Because which one side are they grabbing from? They're actually... Do they both grab from the outside belt? Yes, they do. Huh. Would that be better if you were here? I'm just getting curious which was... They really want to pick from the wrong side of the belt. I hate splitters. Why? Insert us now. That's over 100 hours of Gleba running this with no issues. I've had problems with spoilers in the server. Yes. I mean, maybe, but you... Just because you haven't been in a car crash doesn't mean that you're immune to it. It just means that it hasn't happened to you. Oh, that's so annoying. That is so annoying. Because this means that as long as the belt is saturated, these will never be picked up. And that means it actually jams. Is there any way to force it to go... to pick up? So we have a priority feed, but it doesn't work here. It really means that I have to do this. I can't believe it. Would that even work? Will that even make a difference? Yes. That is such a minor detail, but hello, welcome to Spoilage Nightmare. Yeah, so it works now. Yeah, continuous motion is a good way of solving things. Right. Whew. Okay. Happy? Okay, this is the module. Okay, so this actually doesn't matter if it picks up from here. So I actually wanted to pick up from here because... this is the module. And now go away. And up here. Can I remember what goes in on what belt? Nope. This is the spoilers belt. Ugh. 1, 2, 3. Then suddenly it got really crowded all of a sudden. This is the spoilers belt, which doesn't need to go here. This is the return belt, so that only gets here. This is a spoilers belt, and this is also potentially belt that spoils. This is the final belt, so that just needs to be picked up here. And whatever you want of that, perfect. And that means I am going to get you pick up spoilage here, you pick up spoilage here, and that goes back on the spoilage return belt. Cool. That means this can actually be going one tile up. It absolutely wants to go one tile up. There. All right, because then I can do... No! Okay, I'm probably gonna regret this. And priority outbound. Right. Yeah. And this belt was... oh no. Oh no. I was all the way, I was thinking, yeah, we'll just get this one as well. But there isn't really a whole lot of room for this. It needs the spoilers belt as well. What if this belt is half this, half this? Is that a thing? There you have it. And then it spoils on this side. That I don't care about, I think. Or we can do it in a different way. Then there's no... Oh! Ah! It is a problem.
Our illustrious champion.
Because now they can spoil in this tile, which is not acceptable. So by doing it this way, yes, I'm going to send up this part, which will potentially spoil, but at least it'll be picking up here. Oh, that sucks. Hey Gunther, thank you to 65. My favorite planet. Good for you. Fireflux on the right side. Don't know. I honestly don't know. That's actually a good idea. Nope, that's not a good idea because it goes on a belt that does not have spoilage outbound. Damn. But this one does. So what happens? What happens in this case? What happens when the two out here spoil? What happens when the next one spoil? Will they be able to get in there? We have to wait 2 hours for that to come through, right? Which is not really great. Ha! I don't know how this works. Because obviously when the stuff spoils out here, then it just turns into spoilage. Boo-hoo. But the stuff that is right before the split, when that turns into spoilage, it should go this way. Because I think that the splitter is... there's a belt segment, there's the splitter, and there's a belt segment. And there's the stuff before, and the stuff after will not be interacted with. Test it with Yumako. That's a great point. Test it with something that spoils fast. This one spoils. No. What is the fast? This one's the fastest spoil time. Haha. Let's set up an example here. This is the... Let's do this one. This one is shorter spoil time, so... What is it, half spoiled? Yeah. So this is why spoilage is such a big issue, because it's every single place. It's going to clock. I mean, let's see. I have no idea. I honestly have no idea, but we're going to find out very soon. Well, the stuff that is spoiled is left on the other side, obviously, and won't change. But the stuff on that changes will change. It seemed to work. Yeah, it did. Speed modifier. I don't think I need to test it with speed modifier. I think this is... I think we just want to see one more test of it. And I can manage to wait 20 seconds more, I guess. We can kind of see the progress bar here. See, it's almost empty right there. 5 seconds. And we should see a little blitz. Come on. Blah. Blah. Awful copper. Alright, cool. So it works. Yay! That's pretty good. That is pretty good. That's a really tight design. Next. Next is going to be a difficult thing, because what we need to do now is we need to take all of this and just delete it as fast as possible. That means this will be in a box. That's the true value of this one. How fast can this consume? 4 per second? Not bad, not good. Man, do you make some clean designs. Crisp even, thank you. My other girlfriend, who is, she has really taken this crisp designs, because obviously when I do shibari, I do crisp designs, as is a surprise to no one. Then it also looks really crisp when I tie. And she's like, "Oh, that's a crisp Nilaus design. Is that the right word? Is that how am I using it correctly?" It's like, yes, you're using it correctly, and it is a crisp design. Right. So how much do we think we want to consume of this? I feel I have solved this problem before. Spoils generator. Okay, so what we need to look for here is just on Gleba again. Glebalicious. This build. Don't think I want to use those, but still. 41-second detour into the other base. Ugh. Okay, so let's try and figure out what this is actually doing. Okay, so the principle here is going to be the same. Beautiful. I think. This is really beautiful. I don't know if I need this, and I definitely need to downgrade everything else. Good. Oh, this. Oh, right. This is a spoilage. Like this. This is the inbound belt. Where do we have the inputs? What is this one supposed to be? So this must be spoilage. Oh, this must be the nutrients, because that's also likely to spoil. The spoilage going in the middle, and that one is the nutrients somehow. Still legendary biochambers, that's a good point. Thank you. Part of the master, I think filling and emptying the rocket silos may be a solid inclusion, so the science is always maximum freshness. Yes, I think you're right. Legendary recyclers as well. Nothing else legendary, I think. And okay, just so that we can get this sort of understand what's going on. This is disappearing easily, so no problems. And this is the true value. This is only consuming 4 per second. I'm wondering something here. What if this one, what if these two were sort of connected to the next one, so that I could have this in here? I mean, I have to do something else with you, so I'll just forget about you for now. That's actually easy to forget about you. Oops. There. Because I can just do this one. Good. Then that would be more. And then the question is just, couldn't I, or could I take this thing and sort of I would have to connect like this. Yeah. Spoilers on the splitter should not be a problem because you can always grab nutrients from the belt segment before the actual splitter element with this. What? Spoilers on the splitter should be a problem. It will be a problem. I can't guarantee that this will not sit here and spoil. Because then the problem with this is, I don't want to do that up here. Whoops. But it's working better like this. So I think I have to do it this way. Because otherwise it gets weird. But I really would like to have an extra beacon on this. Like, this is not enough beacons. Would there be any way? It has to be like this, but then even if they are I can't get it back in again. Yeah. Another alternative would also be, hey, you can go in there if that's a problem. That gets this one out, makes it simpler. So that means I could do this and this. That means no spoilage. I just kill all the spoilage here. Oh. Okay, so that's not really good. Deny seed. Yeah, but I do want the spoilage out somehow. I'm just kind of thinking if there is no way for me to get extra out, so it does. Yes, it's actually true. I could do like just a negative filter here. There. Yeah, I mean, I want to keep spoilage, but I also acknowledge that maybe who cares, whatever. This is 5.4, 5.4, and it's a small blueprint. This is also really important. It is this small. Oh, I didn't even think of that. It actually has This one also reaches up there, and this one reaches there. Oh, they're now hit by 3. Ooh, that's sexy. Does that change something in if it was down here? Yeah, then it wouldn't be able to. So this actually just suddenly got us a lot more. And then I want this to flip as well. Oh yeah, this is the thing. And let's see. Yes, that's how it would make sense. This one. Yeah. This one will also be spoilage. This will be... And this spoilage, I've just kind of given up on that. Kind of sucks to give up on the spoilage, but... Wow. This actually has to be as intense as it possibly can be. But I do need to make sure that it actually has some here. Something like this, which is in reach of that one. Does this work? Yeah. This might actually be insufficient. Let's see. Because it is kind of busy. Alright, so how much is this consuming? 49, so it's more than a half belt. Yeah, okay, so it's kind of useless because it can't ever consume enough. Then I do think I want to get this out a little bit more. Whoop. And I want to get this. Whoop. And I want you going out here. Goodies. And try to force feed it. Better. Wow. So keeping seeds as spoilage. No, spoilage from these ones, which will be the majority, will go out. Spoilage here. I mean, I could do this. It'll kill some of the modularity of it. But I could do that. It's not really gonna happen because this is when it's the end of the line. That means it's, yeah. Because this one is supposed to just churn it out as fast as possible. Yeah, this is actually, I was about to say, isn't this fast enough? It's actually not quite fast enough, these ones. But it is what it is. It's the speed that we can consume it at, and I don't think our base will be producing this amount anytime soon. Oh yeah, by the way, oops, forgot something. So goddamn close. Because this would be... Oh, it doesn't even work. Okay, it doesn't even work. Oh, this is terrifying. Oh. Spoilers from processed fruit. No, I don't want to keep the spoiler. This one, I want to get rid of it because it's so huge quantities. Oh man. Between recyclers, yeah, but even if it get it between the recyclers, which isn't really possible, it's not gonna reach it. You can see that it misses just this one. You know, I could get this one out, but just for the Powerball, which is kind of silly. Also, what the hell's going on with all of this spaghetti? It has to be like this instead. And then this. I'd have to do something like this, but it won't work. Right? Ugh, look at that. It's still missing one tile. So it's no good. I could do this. But then the next one would have to be all the way down here, which I think is too far away. All right. Or if I put it up here, then I could put it here, here, and down there maybe. Maybe that's better. So this needs now an output for... Oh, that's so cheeky. It's not gonna work though. This one's also incomplete. And I have to be like this, otherwise there's no output for it. I'm thinking of just putting it in on this belt and just go like, yeah, it's kind of fine. Oh. Same on the other side. Move from the substation. It's not gonna reach. It has to be here then. No, it has to be here. Yeah. Have you seen Riftbreaker release, or is the game, or has this game been completed? I even got some keys for that. The Riftbreaker has a new release that is about, what was it? What was that? There was, oh, co-op, 4-player co-op. Yes, not really into co-op, so. Doesn't really do it for me. I hate the fact that I'm now just casually throwing this into boxes where before I was being really careful about where I wanted to put it. Could also build it like this and then retain that one. The last thing I want is a spoilage completion thingy, but that's not going to be today. Something that just eats spoilage, which honestly is going to be the simplest of simple things. So if this is not going to eat all the spoilage, what's the remaining spoilage going to happen? That is going to be simple. That is going to be into... There, done. Quick, get a train going. Yes, I realized we're over time. Yeah, this is going to be just run it in here, consume it, disappeared, gone. I could upcycle, but I don't think this base is for upcycling yet. Also, I don't have space for it. And I also like this to be a little bit separated, I think, because it's a little bit too crowded. But I think it's some solid designs. We still have something to be done here. The next masterclass will be about the farming, which I haven't even set up here, but it's we have done it, so I'll set up this farming next time. Yeah, so thank you very much, everyone, for joining. I will see you guys on Wednesday, where we'll be having a nice chill stream with enjoying the mega base. Hopefully, I will have a little bit of time to prepare it so that it's we can chug along and review the base and then talk about all the things we want to talk about. So. Is there any point without legendary? Exactly. That's a really good point. There's a point without legendary. Really good point. Thank you. Good night. Take care and stay effective, everyone.